Hey, Sealed Sage. Hey, Emily. Welcome, welcome. Everybody's having a good Sunday so far. Yes, hopefully this run fares better than last week's attempts. One of which died to Tarantula because I forgot to buy mystery pins, one of which died, I think, in Flower Mountain because of teleporting wizards being teleporting wizards. And me also just being a bit more aggressive than I normally would too, because of having lost a minute and a half to the Tower of Sacrifice. Bad stuff on my part. You could probably guess what the focus of my practice yesterday was. Hey, Curto Mac, thanks for luck. Charred Newt. Hey, Bro Noob, welcome in. Alright, not a bad tutorial cave, other than, I guess, technically getting one more jelly kill than I needed for level 2. I was excited for some of the games, the new games that got announced this past week. One I'm the most interested in is the new Star Ocean 2 remake. The only Star Ocean game I've actually finished is Star Ocean 3. I own 2 different versions of Star Ocean 2, but I've never actually played either. Hopefully, third time's the charm. The remake of Mario RPG looks pretty neat too, although as a non-Switch owner, I'll just be enjoying watching streams of that. Hey, Cafe Clover, welcome in. Thanks for luck as well. Main thing I'm curious about too is if it's more kind of just a one-to-one remake of Mario RPG, or if they're adding and changing stuff. I think there was some kind of new gauge in the battle UI in the first trailer. Ah, gotcha. Do you have a preference on what I call you going forward? Ah, cool, cool. One game I think has cool points in it is Sonic Mania. Watching somebody play that the other day and was reminded that on the score tally screen after each stage there's a cool rating. I don't know what that does exactly, but I'll take it. Heal. Cooperated. That would be why I needed to heal after Lizard Man, because if I didn't, I would have died there. I'm not yet fast enough to outspeed birds. Yep, it's only about 3 weeks until Limit Break, which is pretty wild to think about. Yes! I was in a grudge match with my buddy High Spirits last Thursday evening. Ostensibly to promote Limit Break on the GDQ channel, but in reality to settle a dispute over whether Cliff Bars or Nature Valley Bars are the superior snack food. Sadly, I lost the match, but that doesn't mean I have to change my my own personal snack food preferences. Hesitating a bit there to see if there were any spiders in this fight. This can poison me, and therefore I would like to try to kill them first. Well, May is the goal for next year's limit break. It's never really in the table this year because if we had our event in October last year, just because that what worked out under our hotel contract. And if we tried to do May this year, that would have meant a very short number of months to prepare for it. And not to mention the fact that Summer Games Done Quick was pretty early this year too, so it wouldn't have worked out to do it in May for that reason as well. Yeah, having just expanded just expanding the game world would be pretty sweet. That is one thing I always like in remakes of older games, when they're done well, is just kind of being kind of what the game developers were planning if the hardware limitations of the time didn't exist. Like, that was a big vibe I got from the Live Alive remake when I played that in the remake, they were able to just use the advanced like graphics and sound and animation technology of modern days to kind of do what they were trying to do back in the 90s, if that makes sense. Looking for 50 or higher. Not looking for 2 Mega Quakes in a row, though. For that. Luna 47 should carry. Alright, good. Surprised I lost that much to my PB. I mean, my PB had a perfect catfish fight, but it didn't have a particularly good late cave leading up to it, so it's not a gold. Yeah, Skipsy. My heart rate definitely goes up whenever I see Flash at the top of the screen. I think my PB also got the Catfish Jewel drop, so I had to spend some time throwing it away during this split, too. I haven't actually played any of the Pixel remasters myself, but my understanding is that they're all based on the original Japanese release of each game. And it's pretty much just Final Fantasy IV that really has J items, as far as like just having lots of items and other battle abilities that were removed from the Western release. Yeah, I've seen enough of FF4 Pixel Remaster to know that the Japanese items and abilities are definitely in that. Hey, Di, thanks for luck. Good luck on the Fiesta. But yeah, but because they're all based on the original Japanese release, that means all content that was added to later remakes, like on the GBA and PSP and stuff, is not in there. Hey, music makes it. Still up. I guess that is true. I mean, but I guess based on the original, it's kind of more about just the story, the side quests, and the main content. The battle systems and quality of life features and stuff are definitely very different. Because for starters, I know in all of the Pixel Remaster games you can save anywhere, which is a pretty big deal for, like, especially FF1, I would say. Where you could only save in towns in the original game. Yeah, Alistair, I remember that. That the FF1 Pixel Remaster goes back to the Dungeons & Dragons style magic system, but it still has ethers that it's actually possible to recover magic in dungeons. Thanks a luck. Still going with the slightly newer route choice of not fighting any optional horses and just postponing any extra fights until after the Kobold room. Hey, yes, come on. Actually, no, yeah, I did because of the bull. Really focus on optimizing my bull changes. it's heading. The more enemies in these fights, the better. It just gives me more experience. Horse rock, heck yeah. A little extra spending money for me. As far as I know, it's not really worth actually equipping the horse rock. Paid better attention, 68. Help a bit. And what stats does the horse rock give you? As in who actually should get it? Defense? Okay. That'd probably be good for Tia then. It wouldn't be a horrible idea to keep on her then if it's extra through like Camu and Tarantula as well then if it's extra defense. I don't really need the money for my route. Kinda surprised I still had to do 2 extra fights though. Oops, I guess the goblins or the horses are worth nowhere near as much experience as the kobolds. 2 of the kobold room fights had extra horses in them. Yeah, you're talking about the Nintendo DS remake, which is an action game instead of the turn-based game. I know it's pretty different too, whereas making a fair number of changes to the story and characters. I haven't played it myself yet though, so I don't really have much of an opinion. Cave does have a pretty hard to find chest that I'll actually be getting as part of the speedrun. This next chest I'm about to open, I don't think I ever found casually. Well, you can see the chest, but figuring out how to actually get to it is not obvious at all. Keep the horse rock until I de-equip her when she leaves, and then I'll sell it in Allentown, I think. Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, now that I think about it, if the extra defense from that could have meant that I could have skipped grinding for level 8 on Tia. Because the main reason I do that is for Regal Goblin, so that she's not at risk of getting one-shot. She shouldn't be if she has some extra defense. Being kind of nice and attacking Maxim instead of Tia after calling goons. Hey, Loveless, come in. Right, for a no sleep Regal Goblin, that actually wasn't bad. Had a lot of turns where I didn't have to go do a lot of like a summon followed by Maxim getting punched instead of Tia. I want to say the boomerangs are affected slightly by the user's agility stat, but I'm not 100% on that. It's definitely affected by whether the user is in the front or back row. But any increase in damage based on stats is fairly trivial. Like they're not going to be good at all, like at very high levels compared to other stuff you can do. Hey, the Knight's Rest Tavern, welcome in. I guess except for the catfish fight, the start of my PB is not really that good, so definitely be saving time for a bit. Hey, Dark Paladin, welcome in. Penniless. For doing timed speedruns like this, I basically always do original cartridges if I can. I do have a flash card and use it pretty extensively for practice and playing ROM hacks and things I don't actually own copies of and stuff. And for Super Nintendo, I highly recommend the FX pack, formerly known as SD2 SNES. Hey, Billy Quizbot. Suck at it. Yeah, a lot of people definitely hyped for that RPG remake. I'm hyped to watch people play it, but since I don't own a Switch, I will not be playing it myself. Especially hyped for the soundtrack too. Yoko Shimomura, the original composer, is involved. Hey Austin, could have been a free turn if that had been Maxim or Guy instead of Tia. It needs to always be full so she can get one shot. The horse rock is definitely helping Tia. 32 is below the amount of damage, below the normal damage floor for Buster attack at normal stats. almost get there, because if you punched Maxim after a strong taking him out. 351 by Elmagus is the record for this category. That's good. Very, very good chance that he dies to the next Thunder Blast. That's good. Hey, Nitro Diving, sir. Or dies to that. I didn't want to overestimate how much damage I'd done and then lose the run to coming up short though. If I'd have gone for it though, I think that would have saved maybe like 5 to 10 seconds from back animation, or whatever his last attack was. Yeah, very nice. Always a nice fight when I actually get a free turn with Tia to use Battle Dust on Guy. Typically, every turn needs to have Tia heal somebody. Unless I get an opening through, like, mostly through, Gamut using Sleep Stinger on Guy or Maxim and it not putting them to sleep. Well, we know some kind of classic is going to get remade next, since that is the general direction of video games these days. I mean, and that's not a bad thing at all. I mean, I do really like seeing good games from previous generations becoming playable on modern technology and often with like quality of life features and stuff too. E.T. remake, huh? Yep, exactly. Guilty as charged. What I always say is I would really much rather there be a new Chrono game than a remake of Chrono Trigger. I didn't use a single big boomer. Yeah, it's one of this fight then. Have a 60 FPS version of Virtual Highlight. Yeah, a full Mother series collection of some kind would be pretty nice. Yeah, I'm really glad that the PC version of Chrono Trigger is much better now than it was when it first came out. It's just strictly a mobile port. I think they're still maybe they're finally done now, but as of like last year, I think they were still updating it to add like a speed up. I think for the auto battle. I know speedruns of PC Chrono Trigger got considerably faster after that. Oh yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the Metal Gear Solid collection coming out in a couple months too. I've been feeling a little itch to replay those games. Perfect excuse. Wow, that was a nice time save. Probably largely actually because of using a big boomer on the goblin fight, now that I think about it. Oh, I was supposed. Okay, I thought to say something felt a little off there. To get more big boomers. Glad I caught it now, even though that would not be a fatal mistake for Tarantula. Really just got disoriented on where the stairs were in relation to the bridge. Oh, good night, Speedy the Shadow Master. Still very short. One hit of any kind on Guy should put him into IP range. Guy's gonna get his full IP off now. Ah, okay. I was not expecting Maxim to still outspeed the Tarantula even with Spiderweb debuff. Oh, what am I doing? I'm supposed to group in him. go for a call companions this turn. Hey, Ritter Store. I did wish I understood a little more about how exactly how probability for both status conditions to proc and also to wear off truly work in this game. Don't do it. Ah. I hate to, but I just paralyze Maxim. Nice restoring regrets. Okay. That was supposed to happen like 5 turns ago, but guy just could not get that attack off because he kept getting paralyzed over and over. Thanks a look. Now that's disappointing though, to be further behind than I was after Regal Goblin now. I mean, a little of that was my bad for forgetting twice actually to mystery pin guy immediately. Hey Besk, thanks a lot. I hope you're able to find a new job soon then, assuming that's the goal. Something comes through soon. Yeah, I know how that goes. Every time I've had to look for a new job, had some disappointments before something worked out. Hey GK, welcome in. Wow, that sounds like a pretty good team, Roarstorm, especially having Mystic Knight and Chemist. Oh, yeah, well, fingers crossed on my part too, Legend. But you've told me your body would appreciate less physical work. Thanks a lot. Yeah, looking forward to it. Hey, should I kill you? Let's see. Hope you're doing alright. It is free, I just need to not die and or have bad things happen outside my control. Easy. As the last couple splits should evidence. One of the rituals that would have to be done to get a sub 3 would be to play the Japanese version, which has much, much, much faster text than the English version. Because I watched a really fast run of the Japanese version as part of prepping to run the game myself, and that run would have been sub 3 by our timing method. I mean, it also used very heavy RNG manipulation on top of being the Japanese version, but the possibility is there. Yeah, I hope you can make it at some point, Austin. That'd be pretty awesome. Come on. Pretty wonky in this game sometimes. With the, over there. Do I play any other games during the week? Generally, yes. Right now, I'm very, very heavily focused on RPG Limit Break related stuff. Not only preparing to run this game for it, but also back-end admin stuff. So, not really doing much casual gaming right now. But ordinarily, I do play for games during the week too. Like the last casual game I played before just going full focus on Limit Break was the Live Alive remake. That I forgot to untarget guy. Well, I didn't forget, I just pressed the button hard enough. Yeah, the Rivals thing was fun. High spirits, and I did a blind race of kind of a jank SNES game called First Samurai. Okay, triple laugh, huh? Well, it's not really great for Maxim IP. What he has in store. You're apparently finding something very, very, very funny tonight. Okay. Nitrous oxide in the treasure sword shrine tonight, I guess. Okay. On's ever actually going to attack? Okay, finally something. Well, not taking any damage on the first fight was nice for not actually needing to heal before the second one. The laughing continues. A little problematic for this fight as far as needing Tia to get IP for healing. Alright, that helps. Fast animation too. Hey, get cooped a little bit. Right. Yes, probably owe a good chunk of that gold split to just how few, relatively few attack animations I got during the clowns because of all that laughing. Boys. Hey, watch, welcome in. About a minute and a half slower than my faster attempt last week, which is about the time I lost a tarantula, so that's up. Definitely still on sub 4 pace at this point. Like if I wanted to push for record, I'd probably need to said if I don't have like around an hour for clowns, if not sub hour. It's not what we're here for. It's not. No. Come on. what Mr. Gades has to say. If you don't get the Simon Says puzzle there, I think you just get a fight and then get kicked out of the room. I think you do have to solve the puzzle. You can't just fight your way past it. Take out guy. Hey, nice. Hey, Sea Priest, welcome in. If anyone hasn't seen the run before, by the way, too, that is very, very much intentional. It is possible to beat Gades here, but not at the levels I'm at. It's to run away to try to die as quickly as possible. Yeah. As a kid, I thought the Sinistral boss theme was the best in the game, but as I've grown up, the normal boss theme has grown on me a lot too. I've come to view the new boss themes in this game as peers. A different kind of intensity, but done very well in both cases. Hey, Flaccidero, welcome in. not terribly often that there's only one orc in that fight, but that was nice and fast though. Yeah, Maxim, kind of oblivious. We'll say that this whole kind of plot element of Tia gradually realizing that she's not really meant to be on this journey is pretty well done. Also pretty unique among games of this era, too. Yeah, it's definitely sad, too. Especially how she just completely disappears afterwards, too, until the very end. I have a soft spot for Lufia 1, even though I fully recognize that it hasn't held up anywhere near as well as this game. Very charming game with heart. It. start. Jeez. These really do not like Salon. To disturb their burial grounds in a previous zone or something. Second fight was basically perfect though. Like that. Bull's fight was awful in my PB. I know they killed Tia and paralyzed Maxim on the first turn, which is pretty much the only way that that fight can go off the rails with this route. Let's see what the next 10 minutes hold. Split time is pretty good tell if we're doing towards the sub 4 pace. Hey, Amadeus, thank you for streaming as well. Notes here. Oh, congrats! It's a really nice time. Definitely feel proud. Lovely snail. It's good. It's gonna reset. First time in quite a while I've had any trouble with that. Finally got it preempted, and it's the one that matters most too. Tarantula went bad. So much getting paralyzed on turns where it made a difference to press B instead of Y. Aside from that, though, there's not really a whole lot to complain about in this run. Sub 4 pace. Yeah, agreed. Hard to be mad at something that charming looking. Come on, really? Right, well. Give me the pity, the fast one in the third go. Yeah, I love puzzles where the solution is 100% random. Definitely not golding this now. Didn't have like an amazing tower either, although I'd definitely still be ahead as long as I don't die or something. Puzzle in the those tents. That's the one thing that could have ruined my day. Literally, just that one possible. Really trolly games so far. I don't think he's destructive waved a single time. Guys, IP doesn't matter anymore, of course. That's disappointing. Bad fight. Started out kind of promising as far as punching Maxim and giving him IP right before healing, but then he just started focusing down guy. Nothing I could really do about it. The fact that he double devastation guy meant I lost an IP attack that would have killed him probably 3 turns sooner. 133 could sub 4, but it's getting kind of sketchy now. A lot of game left, but the randomness is very front-loaded with the most meaningful RNG. Alright, so not really that bad of an early game. It's just a shame that I had such terrible luck on Tarantula and Gades. Just a minute and a half on Tarantula, and then probably 40 seconds on Gades, because I know some of the, I mean, I was up against basically gold there, and I know my tower ascent leading up to Gades wasn't as good as my PB. I feel like any run that has a sub 135, at least Gades has a chance to sub 4. Obviously, the faster the time, the better the chance, but it's a chance. There definitely is. I mean, just thinking back to, I mean, I know my endgame has some time to save, like the second sealed tower. I made a somewhat significant mistake there where I forgot to sell some stuff before going to the towers, and that resulted in a bunch of having to do a bunch of extra menuing. But I mean, just looking at it too. I mean, there's over 2 hours left. I mean, there's definitely just, even if it's just small stuff that adds up, saving a little over 1 minute is absolutely possible. I mean, for perspective, the current record that I'm aware of at least is 351, and it uses almost the exact same route that I do, with just a couple very minor changes. Almost all of that 10+ minute difference between it and my time is just better movement. Avoiding encounters optimally in dungeons and stuff like that. this point too, I'm not committed to sub 4 being like my final goal with this game too. I mean, I want to keep trying to improve my time as long as it stays fun. And I don't really feel like something else instead. Certainly be nice to, if nothing else, have second place at this again, which would, I believe, mean having to get a low 356. Better. I destroyed the Super Mario Bros. 3 puzzle. 351 is the record, at least. Sell that horse rack. I want to use it on anybody else, which I really want to do without any testing at this point. Character had battle lust. Damage per hit from Maxim because of that. Rough luck too as far as how many good summon, but at least I never had to worry about running out of IP with Salon though. It's when that fight gets really bad if Salon isn't able to just take out the goons with bulk IP. Yeah, the DLC campaign for the Ancient Cave. This is typically often, yeah. It's a lot of both. It's kind of hard to understate just how important execution is and fast at this game. In particular, just the movement through the dungeons and avoiding encounters. Making fast decisions and how to deal with the randomly moving enemies too. RNG matters a lot too, but that's a lot more specific as far as mostly just specific bosses that have a lot of meaningful RNG to them. There's some encounter dodges and dungeons and also 2 puzzles that have have some meaningful RNG. I mean, if having meaningful RNG bothered me that much, I would just do the manipulation category for hooks and snoops. Manipulation. That was important. Sets me back pretty far. Stopped once. Other than falling in that pit because I missed up one tile, it was alright. Fights in the dungeon. Let's see how many paralyzed procs we get. Zero. At this point. Let me get Guy back up, but I need to kill one of these lions first. It isn't guaranteed to kill Salhan too, by the way. With all the extra armor I gave her, it needs to be a high roll to kill her. And she needs to get low stat growth on her HP and defense too. That's typically how this fight goes. If I just if I can't paralyze either of them at the start picking characters off, and I'm not gonna game over, but it's gonna be really slow. Yep. And I probably passed up another opportunity to try to paralyze them because I just was not paying attention at all to how much IP Salon was getting, but other than system healing, but I could have tried to paralyze them again at some point. That would have been a little risky if I'd have gone for it and it failed again. Even just getting one paralysis makes a really big difference. And sub 4 is even sketchier now, but no reason not to keep going. After tonight, I'm only really going to have 2 more weekends before leaving for limit break. I need to eventually do at least one practice run with all the donation incentives too, like getting the capsule monsters and the world's most difficult trick. So I finally did some testing as far as timing what route taking the ship in is faster. It turns out it's this one by a few seconds. There's an alternative route where you go east first and then go here and then warp back east, but with the extra menuing you have to do to warp and stuff, that ends up being about a couple seconds slower. Yeah, one of the donation bid wars for my limit break run is going to be choosing a capsule monster. So I'm going to get all of them as I go, and then whichever one is winning will be in my party. And there'll be bid wars to name the capsule monsters too, along with Maxim. Doing the world's most difficult trick in the Dragon Mountain, which is something I still need to practice, and then also doing a bonus any percent with Major Glitches run, which is beating the game in about 1 to 2 minutes. The ACE credits warp. Alright, so this is the tower that wrecked me last week, so I put a fair bit of practice into it, and hopefully it pays off. Start. Yeah, I mean, this tower is some of the most mean teleporting enemies in the whole game as far as how aggressive they are. Nope. There's 2 rooms in this tower where I need to stay on bombs. That's a pretty good way to put it. I mean, yeah. It's a turn-based RPG like the Final Fantasy games of the era, but it has very heavy Zelda inspiration in how the dungeons work. There's a little bit of Pokemon in it too, although that aspect is not in the normal speedrun, as far as a system called Capsule Monsters. Yeah, I always recommend this game. I mean, it's a little, unfortunately, on the obscure side, especially in the United States, but I think it deserves to be up there with, like, Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger as far as just most polished RPGs of the 16-bit era. Several things this game did are just very, very ahead of its time, too, for a game that came out in '95. I mentioned, like, there's the puzzle elements from Zelda, the Pokemon system, and then there's also a built-in roguelike randomizer called the Ancient Cave. The hard post-game side quest. Oh yeah, IP abilities, which are basically limit breaks before Final Fantasy VII came out. I haven't really played a lot of... Well, I mean, the newer turn-based RPGs that I played the most myself is the Octopath and Bravely series. As far as, like big studio games as opposed to indie games. There's some pretty nice looking indie RPGs out there too. There was one that was in Summer Games Done Quick called Chained Echoes that I'm looking forward to playing at some point. I probably needed that lizard cast. Hold. despite messing up the bomb scoop room. Well, I guess I'll call that Tower of Sacrifice practice paying off. Yeah, that was not really that great. I mean, I had 2 encounters with teleporting enemies, although I think one was a preemptive. Had to redo the bomb scope. Oh, nice. Yeah, 13's pretty solid game. I think it's got its detractors, but I enjoyed it. Yeah, oh yeah, I bet the bar is very, very low to make your own RPG using tools like that. Basically just need your like graphical assets, and that's really it. Yeah, I guess that is fair. I do feel like newer Final Fantasies kind of have more detractors than older ones, though, at large. Final Fantasy X is definitely a good one. Oh, it's pretty obscene how many hours I have on my PS2 casual file. Strat for that room, but... Yeah, I'm in no hurry at all to play FF16. The demo kind of rubbed me the wrong way in a few ways, in particular just the game kind of feeling like it was trying to be dark and edgy just to be dark and edgy. I'll play it eventually, but I'll probably wait for a sale of some kind. Fatal Blow there, I've seen that do upwards of 1900. Hey Faizu, morning Siri. I haven't actually played 15 myself, but I've seen a lot of it, and it looks alright to me for kind of... I did feel like it kind of overcompensated based on criticism of 13 as far as being too linear. 15 kind of felt a little too open. But yeah, I will definitely say that its characters and their relationships with each other were very, very charming. Most people I know that like FF2 like speedrunning it or just kind of doing challenge playthroughs or just, in other words, just breaking the game rather than playing it as intended. Yeah, personally, I've generally viewed FF2 as being a prototype for what later became the Saga series, as far as turn-based RPGs with really kind of quirky and different leveling and advancement systems. When we say 2, we're talking about 2, not 4. At least in the US and Canada is 2. Yeah, I mean, even if it really didn't work, I do still respect the developers for trying something very different from FF1. Guessing FF2 probably came out kind of around the same time as like Zelda 2 and Castlevania 2, as where it's just the second entry in the series, kind of trying to do something very, very different than the first one. Yeah, I will say that the Pixel Remaster definitely looks like the best way to play FF2 casually. It's still FF2 in the end, though, so you kind of need to be okay with that. But yeah, I will also say that the dawn of the Soul of Rebirth content that they added to the GBA and PSP remakes of FF2 is really good. Yeah, I have a physical copy of Chained Echoes pre-ordered, and I'll be definitely playing that once I can. I was actually on couch for Moonblaze Wolf's run of Chained Echoes at SGDQ a few weeks ago, which was a lot of fun, even though I hadn't actually played the game myself yet. Oh, nice, Big Bad Eric. I still have not played any of the Pixel remasters myself, but I think the one that interests me the most is FF3, just because I've never actually played a 2D version of FF3 before. I've only played the DS remake. It's 3D. Yes, I have, actually. I played it on the PS5 a couple of weeks ago. It's the last casual game I played before just going full focus on this and on admin stuff for RPG Limit Break. It was really, yeah, I really enjoyed it. Especially how it kept the game very, it kept a lot of the weirdness of the game. I think gives it a lot of its charm. Yeah, I haven't really been following Sea of Stars, but I've heard things. Yeah, I mean, something I love seeing with indie games is just the game developers just being um, kind of people like me that grew up playing games like what they're trying to emulate uh, their own games. Hey, Newster, welcome in. Thanks for the luck. Sadly, luck hasn't really been with this run. Had some just horrendous boss fights, but see where it goes from here. Pretty rare for the Tengu to chase me up here. It's opening to just go for it though. Not great, but certainly could have been slower. Yeah, I'll get the Pixel remasters once they get a nice sale for the PS4 versions. Thanks to Square Enix making silly decisions about how they did the physical release, which I would have gotten day one if they'd have let me. They didn't make very many of them, and the ones that they did, they put up for sale in the middle of the night in North America. All of them sold out while I was asleep, and then didn't make any more, which they liked money, they could have done. The whole supply and demand thing. Yeah, but the way they did it was pretty much just designed to benefit scalpers, really. I mean, the thing I do like about a lot of modern RPGs is just having difficulty options built in, so you can kind of customize your playthrough to what you're looking to get out of it. Yeah, the iOS versions of 5 and 6 were pretty questionable. I did absolutely love the face portrait for Emperor Gestal in FF6 iOS, though. So good. For talking Final Fantasy, I mean, I really liked FF4 DS. I liked how it was actually difficult, even someone like me that had played the original. It was a pretty good Rogue Flower fight. Way too many extra fights in the dungeon, though. Bad luck from the teleporting wizards, too, which really feels like the theme of this run. Yes. The Lufia games were made by Taito, and it means that they're now owned by Square Enix. Though the only Lufia game that's actually been published by Square Enix is the DS remake of this game. Yeah, I would love to see a pixel remaster of this game and of Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. If nothing else, if this game got a pixel remaster, it could mean finally a reason to get the Iris items other than bragging rights. Inevitably be a achievement for getting all the Iris items. Yeah, I agree, Dark Paladin. I would love to see that too. I don't see that happening by Square Enix, but somebody with the know-how had the interest. We could maybe see a ROM hack of this game that remakes Lufia 1 and the Lufia 2 engine. Yeah. Another way Almagus puts it is that Lufia 1 was never soft. It was the development team's first RPG, and it kind of shows. I mean, Lufia 1, I kind of like to compare to old school Dragon Quest games too, as far as being kind of a very grindy dungeon crawler type RPG. I have a big soft spot for it, but I have a hard time, like, honestly recommending it to other people nowadays. Hey, Wild Anaconda, welcome in. The unfortunate luck with that crab, usually it hangs out near the bottom and I can shoot an arrow at it instead of it chasing me up like that. Okay, surprised I didn't go to fight. Almost got it right. Assassins, technically. excuse the lack of commentary. Pretty hard in the game. So I put into this dungeon is paying off. We're just gonna redo that one. Yeah, this is Lexus's big time to shine. He has a natural AoE weapon to make very effective against undead enemies and shadows. Fights, one of which I had to redo. Yeah, I'm already losing time despite not having started the boss fight yet. That's a shame. I mean, it's alright, Dankirk Dungeon, just the Shadow Bridge. Hey Felipe, thanks for luck. Good soldiers fight at least. Yeah, I think sub 4 is not happening at this point though. Probably still possible to PB, but it's realistically by very much at this point. With all those shadow fights, I'm certainly not going to be hurting for money for buying terror balls. That would be a pretty major undertaking from what I've heard. How much stuff is missing from this. About that bonk into the samurai. Yeah, when a remake becomes actually like finishing a game that wasn't like kind of truly finished back in its day, I'm all for that too. Like Saga Frontiers remaster that came out in 2021. Good example of that. Alright, not a bad tower. Yeah, hopefully that'll finally motivate me to actually play Star Ocean 2. The only Star Ocean game I've actually finished is Star Ocean 3 so far. Yeah, it's nice that this game doesn't really have text mashing. All of the dialogue can be buffered. Still need to de-equip Lexus. I can do that on the way to the mountain. kit. That kit, I should say. $50-50 odds for the turbo with it. Just had cilantro one too. Northeast Tower is probably the easiest split for me to miss in the whole run. Just to do that when I teleport out of the tower. Like 10 bell tower, or to really get rusty at this quick shot puzzle room with how many times you have to go through it each run. Castlevania 4 hallway. Say Sinistral, an evil god, basically. Like this guy here is one of them. This game's story is pretty simplistic if you think about it, but it's got a lot of charm as far as the characters. The plot is pretty much just that these four evil gods called the Sinistrals want to take over the world, and we're going to stop them. Hey, episode, thanks for luck. Good one. Yeah, Ark the Absolute always just felt to me like set up for a future game that never actually happened. I mean, there were a few more Lufia games after this, but went in different directions with the story. Never came back to the Absolute. This got me. But I think my PB might actually have a death in this split now that it's like a minute or so because of this guy killing two of my characters and me having to reload. But a perfect fight. Just like that, we're almost even. Really make sure I'm doing the right things here just because it's been 2 weeks since I played this part of the game. To not finishing a run last week and doing most of my practice past few days on bigger parts of the game. Alright. Worldwide shopping spree complete. Hey, Teamer Deck. Oh, it had a pretty promising start, and then things started to really deteriorate after, well, starting, I guess, with the 80s, but, I guess I'm starting to claw it back. Even if I manage to squeak out a PB, I do feel like sub 4 is pretty conclusively not happening at this point. We'll get there someday, even if it's not tonight. Well, given that one of my donation incentives for Limit Break is to know how to beat the game in about a minute via ACE, I know that's tech for unlocking gift mode as well. I still need to do that, along with practicing the world's most difficult trick. We have a ton of time left, too, so we need to get that stuff pretty hard in the coming weeks. I need to have notes for the for either of the incentives, though. Second mosh pit trip. Yeah, counting to a somewhat high number like that, be trifled with. Yeah, I was thinking about it too. I mean, after tonight, I only have 2 more weekends to before I leave myself. It's only 2 4/5 work days or work weeks. Here, actually. Spoken about. Or it is, I guess it is gonna gold by like a second. And we're ahead. Yeah, I guess I just totally forgot that my PB actually had a death on Venge Ghost. Yeah, we're working on it, Austin. Hopefully have some news pretty soon. That repeat bird sprite. Shadow Killer actually has an emote of that sprite. It is. It does disappoint me sometimes that some of the best-looking monster sprite work in the game you don't actually see in a good speedrun. At least it's not getting into extra fights all over the place. Yeah, that was so wild that Dragon Warrior 4 finally triumphed over Dragon Quest 4. Albeit Dragon Warrior 4 played by a Japanese runner, but still. Cool finish, especially how tight it was. It's really cool too that not only is that race still going after like 3 years, but the number of people that join it has been growing too. Practice that's puzzle to try to actually. I was on the Limit Break channel last night. It should be on YouTube in the next couple days. Yeah, so this was an international community race of Dragon Quest 4, both of the original NES and Famicom versions. It's not fair by any means because the Japanese Famicom version is significantly faster. It's not really. It's just kind of meant to be a fun community event rather than a serious race. Yeah, humbly. I consider that the hardest required puzzle in the game. The world's most difficult trick is harder, but that's optional. Good start. Get a bite in the first turn. Pretty good luck so far. This animation isn't fast, but he's not killing anybody. Could die next turn to deadly smash from Guy. I kind of like having puzzles in games, but I don't really like pure puzzle games. Probably have just defended with everybody except Guy, because he's like, it's turn. If this doesn't kill, then I probably wasted animation time, but oh well. Surprised that wasn't a gold, actually, given that I tried to revive anybody. Did get that dirt bird fight though, so that reminds me a bit. It was a good night, Storm. Congrats again, the follower milestone. Kind of like that little subplot with that guy too, because a little interesting lore that the game just doesn't flat out tell you, but it tells you enough for you to be able to piece it together yourself. Namely that that guy used to be a merman. This. I'm holding off on FF16 for a while. Got not just Limit Break, but just so much other backlog stuff too. The demo didn't really grab me too. Didn't really kind of feel like a game. I just absolutely had to play ASAP. Hey Rocco, welcome in. Yes, doing a run of the DLC campaign for the Ancient Cave. Somehow managed to go from being like, well, multiple minutes in the red to being barely ahead. Right now I'm thinking as far as the next casual game I want to play after Limit Break is probably Tales of Arise. The only Tales game I've actually played so far is Tales of Berseria, and I think I'll play some more. Glad to hear people liked it. For a treat then. I have heard several people say that they didn't like it quite as much as Tales of Berseria, but definitely planning to make my own opinion. Sure, I had kind of a different perspective on it too, not having played Tales of Zestiria. That Berseria is a prequel. Glitchy goodness. Yeah, I mean, I went for platinum in Berseria, so yeah, it took quite a while because I had to effectively do 2 playthroughs because of missing a boss Mystic Art at one point. Hey, J-Boom, thanks for the look. Well, I would call that certainly a fair shot then. I don't honestly know if I ever felt like I kind of totally mastered the battle system in Berseria despite getting platinum, but it was fun enough, and I really liked the characters and storyline. It was definitely kind of a slow burn type of story, though. It took quite a while to really get going. Yeah, the payoff I think was definitely worth it. Yeah, these days pretty much every game I play, I go at least that I play to completion, I go for platinum in if it doesn't require a huge amount of stuff that I otherwise would not want to do. Because for most of the games I play, I feel like getting platinum trophy just comes down to just doing more or less everything there is to do. Yeah, some games have trophies that require a lot of grinding. I feel like one of the kind of worst offenders for a platinum I actually finished was Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories HD. That involved some pretty silly stuff, like having to open and close a certain menu like 100 times or more after you through my kingdom. Yeah, I usually go for platinum, but if it's gonna be like numerous hours of stuff that's not fun, then I won't. But I do feel like most of the games I play have gotten pretty good as far as just making platinum the reward for clearing the game and doing all the side quests and everything. Play the game on a specific calendar day. Yeah, that is pretty whack. What kind of games make you do that? Oh yeah, that does sound brutal, Austin. Arkham Asylum? I remember playing Arkham Asylum on the PS3, although I actually cared about trophies at the time. Because on PS3 games, getting platinum was a slog. I think I only ended up getting platinum in like 2, maybe 3 PS3 games that I really, really liked. I know it's gotten toned down a lot since then. PS4 and 5 games. Yeah, I remember getting 100% in the Secret of Mana remake, and yeah, thank goodness for autosaves, and I did pretty much all of my rare drop farming as close as I could get to autosave points, so that I don't have to worry about a poorly timed crash. Yeah, I don't remember Bloodstained Platinum being too bad. I think the only thing that I had to do for that I probably wouldn't have done otherwise is like doing all of the food synthesis type stuff. Because a really big Metroidvania game like that could potentially have some pretty vile achievements, like trying to, like having to get one of every rare drop in the whole game or something like that, or reaching level 99. HP MP swap? Yeah. We're talking FF7. It's some pretty questionable materia. Dead by the tank. That's what we do. Putting Maxim in the front row in case it uses incendiary, which should probably be cut. Yeah, I never tire of the sprite work for this tank with the Burger King piloting it and then the eyes in front. I can definitely say that swapping HP and MP is nice in the original version of Final Fantasy II. It's a way to bosses. Should have front road Maxim actually. This was a missile blast turn. Luck's been pretty good in this fight after the first, after it killed Salon at least. I always like to envision the self-destruct switch for this castle being like where a garage door opener would be in a normal house, given that it's like 2 seconds after the prince goes inside before the castle starts exploding. Yes, although if so, it's not really going to be by very much. But I do have some time to save, especially on the Ammon at Strata Tower split, because I made a routing mistake in my PB. Like mid to high 401, I think, is probably the best I can hope for at this point. Funny too, given that I'd kind of checked out of this run after getting like over 2 minutes behind earlier, just kind of completely forgetting that I had a death to bench goals to my PB. Oh, thanks for the compliment, JB. APX, thank you. I've already not made the same mistake my PB did by actually remembering to sell stuff at that shop. See through Cape later. Nothing wrong with that, honestly. I mean, not every speedrunner is involved with GDQ. Hey, jamming out to the music is big things we're here for. Yeah, I do always like to say that the finale of this game is a musical tour de force. There's not a single miss in the soundtrack for the endgame. Yeah, like this town is kind of theme is pretty suitably foreboding, you know. Yeah. Little iffy if you ask me, but it works out in the end. Hey Anchor, let's look. Let's see that 2% old sword drop. Get the shriek first turn. Preemptively using a shriek on guy because he gets confused. What is that? Tell you flank in time, it's not. So if I'm going into this fight with that much IP, I should really have RE use fully energy on turn 1. It's just kind of going to waste now when he needs to heal. basically tied gold. Well, okay, that's time save. Had some menuing issues in the split in my PB with the shopping, so... Yeah, it was decently smooth forward play. These will be interesting splits to run against something that's having a kind of an okay early game, a awful mid game, and then a really good end game. Yeah, it's kind of silly that all of these legendary armaments you're being given aren't like automatically equipped as part of these cutscenes, like the dual blade especially. So for the purposes of the speedrun, that's good, because the dual blade is actually not as good as the silver sword from fighting the final bosses. Hey, sick Nick, welcome in. Doing alright as well. It's a little more likely than the old sword, like 10%, I think, for the... Sword champ. Hey, Zazman. Yeah, I mean... go through the splits at the end, but this has been a really, really weird run as far as just kind of what part, like, having just some very good and just very bad to it. I have a really killer Doom Island sub 401, I think, could be a thing. all the Sinistral fights are pretty scripted, so the only real RNG is just what attacks some of them use and how long the animations take. Although the first turn of the Deus fight can go sideways if you get a bad status condition. I feel like I mean, I know for this split here, it's really kind of more about the Camirno Island tower climb than the actual 80s final fight. And those tower climbs are kind of dictated a lot by the two forced fights in each tower, just because the enemy formations in them are random. The more enemies there are, the slower they are. And if you get a rare drop, like a old sword or a Gorgon rock, then that can help. Hey, Dakar is back. Can't have an epic SNES game without Mode 7 allowed. Yeah, in the first game, this is the prologue. It's really cool too. Even though it does kind of spoil the ending to this game, but it doesn't spoil everything. But I guess back to the legendary armor and stuff, the main reason I'm equipping it in the speedrun is for status protections that they give Maxim. American New. Yeah, good. It's not gonna happen tonight, but it could have. just like one boss fight earlier in the round had been better. Main thing that can happen here is Salon getting to death by this. Not a huge deal. Big baddies with really banger sprite work for a game, so a little because of them to revive Salon. These don't be a bad status. I think so. I don't fully understand the mechanics behind triple attack, but it feels like that's generally how it plays out. So we'll have to see if that was a good enough fight to get a save the 4 seconds needed to get a sub 401. Hey, there we go. Not bad for a run that I thought was dead, at the halfway point or so. Eee. So these are going to be such weird splits to run against too once I'm done next mashing. Well, you know what? We'll just do it now. Actually, that record is 351 by Elmagus. The start was kind of typical. Got trolled a little by the catfish as far as getting having to do a lot of healing, but otherwise okay. The Alun's basement, I did 2 extra fights after the Kobold room for experience, but I got a Horse Rock drop too, which in hindsight might have meant that I could have just bowled with Tia at level 7 into Regal Goblin just because of the Force Rock, giving some extra defense. The main point of leveling up Tia is just so that she's not quite as squishy for Regal Goblin. Let's see, Camu, it's decent. As I recall, it never summoned goons a single time, which is probably the biggest reason I saved so much time there, because summon turns not really doing that much damage. Yeah, let's see, then yeah, Tarantula was bad. Yeah, that was the first really bad split. I made a few minor mistakes in that split segment as far as forgetting to buy some stuff at the shop and having to go back after talking to the mayor, and then I think there were two turns during the Tarantula fight where I just forgot to have Maxim paralyze Guy. Didn't get punished too hard for that, but it definitely cost me a bit. But I mean, that aside, the luck was just horrendous too, as far as the number of paralysis procs that landed. The clowns were very silly. I think they literally spent more turns laughing at me than actually fighting, which is a big part of why that was a gold, was that there were so many. Yeah, I realized that after I said that, but I'll own that. But just so many turns where there were just not animations from the clowns doing stuff that added up to kind of a nice gold. 80s at Gordovan was pretty good. I know I got first turn Destructo Wave, and nothing really bad happened in the tower. Cave Bridge, pretty good. I know I had fast, pretty fast enemy room. I had to revive Tia on the mummies fight before trolls, but that only cost me a turn, basically. And then I gained back a bunch of time I'd lost in my previous PB to the trolls themselves from them killing Tia and paralyzing Maxim the same turn. Yeah, Gades at Ancient Tower was not good. Couple minor mistakes on my part here and there, but the biggest two problems were the monster foot race puzzle, where I failed it twice. I mean, that's a puzzle that's 100% RNG. I lost a bunch to that, and then Gades was a jerk. Like, he didn't Destructo Wave a single time. He just kept punching me, and then he did literally the worst possible thing he could do, which is to double Devastation Guy, because one Devastation will fill up Guy's IP and let him do a really nice holy IP, but if he does it twice, then he'll kill Guy, and I can't do it, which is what he did. That was pretty bad. Let's see. Hydra at Lighthouse was that wasn't too good either. I think the Lighthouse itself was okay, but I just spaced out at the first turn of the Hydra fight and forgot that it was actually Salon that has Battle Lust instead of Maxim. Did Battle Lust Maxim and ended up taking maybe 2 extra turns or so, and then there were a lot of summons by Hydra too, which got some time. The Lions was, I mean, the dungeon itself I think was okay, but I completely failed to paralyze either of them, and then that makes the fight just very, very slow. I'm generally not going to die, but I have to just turtle it up until I've killed one of them. I had to revive a couple characters too. It's so slow. I mean, in hindsight, I probably could have tried to paralyze them again after Salon got some IP refilled, but I was focused more on survival at that point than on speed. Let's see, kind of a nice gold on Tower of Sacrifice, even though I don't believe that was that great. I mean, I had like some kind of bad teleport patterns from the wizard, and I know I made some kind of minor mistake in it too, like puzzle rooms or something. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I put a lot of practice into that particular tower because it wrecked me really hard last week. Glad to see that paying off at least a bit. Northern Shrine, I think, was okay. Flower Mountain was I just had a bunch of extra fights and got kind of a bad movement pattern in the burnt sword room. The rogue flower fight itself was really fast. I got a crit with Guy that actually mattered. So yeah, and then it was after Soldiers was where I pretty much had just written off this rut and just being dead at that point as far as PB potential, because even though I'd practiced that dungeon a bit, I just got trolled so hard in the Shadow Bridge room. Like, I got 3 fights, and the first one I had to do twice because the Shadows both attacked Lexus, and I decided to just run away and do the fight again rather than try to finish it at that point. Which, I don't know, maybe in hindsight I shouldn't have done that. Like, I guess I need to just look up how much health those Shadows actually have, and if they kill Lexus after he attacks, if I can just delay attack with Guy and Maxim and expect to finish them off, or what. And yeah, I missed my Northeast Tower split, but remember that being pretty good, and then Gargoyles was okay. I failed one of the block pushing puzzles leading up to it, and then a couple missed terror balls, but it was probably okay enough. Divine Shrine I think was also fine. But yeah, then after I just assumed that I wasn't going to PB after Soldiers, that I'd kind of forgotten that I had a death to Venge Ghost in my PB. Because Venge Ghost can be a totally free fight like it was in this run, but it can also use an attack called Doom Cry that can proc instant death, and instant death's 2 characters, then I just need to reload, assuming I save beforehand rather than try to salvage it at that point. Let's see, had just better movement, I think, in the Tower of Truth as far as White Dragon split was a gold. The next couple splits I think were just good. I know I had a very nice ghost ship fight, but that split is literally just that fight and some menuing and stuff beforehand. I had a good enough tank fight. I killed Salon at first, but then they just gave me a lot of IP after that. Oh, thanks, Rusty Bell. And good GG's. And my final towers, I saved time on basically all of them. Yeah, my sealed towers were decent, and then yeah, I had a kind of a bad shopping mistake in my previous PB on the Ammon at Strata tower segment, which saved a bunch there. And yeah, Doom Island, I guess the only thing I can really complain about was that Aram instant death Salon. So I lost a little time getting her back up. Yeah, then I opted for the slightly safer Deos strategy of equipping the Anger Brace on Guy so that he can't get put to sleep by Terror Wave. Pretty good aside from that. So yeah, so I guess these are going to be weird splits to run against. And this just this just tells me that sub 4s, and even better than that, like maybe even somewhere around like 355 or so is absolutely in the cards if I just keep doing runs. Just need to get the pieces to line up. It's a real shame that I lost that run last week though, because I had a 130-30 I think roughly Gades 2 split. And I had a very nice Lions time after that too, so I was on pace for potentially a pretty killer PB, but then I lost a minute and a half to the Tower of Sacrifice, then lost the run to Flower Mountain. Never know. Could have been there. Yeah, I guess it's really just going to be about trying to be ahead after Soldiers, then preserve that lead for the remaining half of the game after that. After Soldiers, I don't think I really have any like super massive time saves on these new splits. Obviously little bits here and there always will be in a game like this. It's really gonna be about save time on Tarantula, Gades 2, Lions. Soldiers, I think, are probably the splits with the most time to save. And you know what? The weirdest part though is that in Europe and Australia, where this was the first Lufia game and only, I think, to get released there, the game still ends like this, which was very, very confusing when you didn't even know that this game was a prequel. Thanks, Legs, man. Thanks everybody else too for all the company. Final stats, and then somebody to go. They did go, yeah, because they did make the effort of actually renaming the game to Lufia in Europe and Australia because of not having released the first game there, but they didn't change the ending to make it make more sense. Oh, I mean, hey, beating the game does unlock retry mode, which is New Game Plus, so maybe you could interpret to be continued Lufia 1 as being play New Game Plus now. If anyone isn't familiar with Lufia 1, this is Lufia's theme we're hearing now too. Pretty sweet remix of it. Right, so not a lot of deaths here. I mean, I feel like a lot of those deaths were on the Lions. It's like 3 deaths, I think. Lions. 54 in game time. 25 escapes. I think that might be a new personal lowest number of escapes for battles I ran from, which is kind of a way to say the number of unwanted fights I got into. 0 ancient cave stats, because we didn't